I'm struggling to see ICM because we're behind the cameraman. But if you're okay, it's all right. Am I audible? Can everybody hear me? I think we must start. President Lekota, President Makhubele, Dr. Makhubele, President Nelson Kemba Godi, Bishop Mashashani, that is Stevens Mokhalapa, leaders of political parties that are here. I don't have all your names. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Bishop Makhubele, Bishop Makhubele, Bishop Mashashani. I did introduce Bishop Mashashani. Yes. Good morning. My name is Ofense Mwalusi. I've been requested to facilitate the session for today. I am a member of Hope in good standing, so I thought I must mention that because my president is here. I've paid my membership fees. It is my singular honor to welcome you to the SUPERPACT strategy workshop. Most importantly, I also want to welcome our technical partners that have made it possible for us to be here. My brother and his family from the Black Print, they are there sitting by the corner. You know, when we bring up whoever sits in the corner, you know that that's the boss of the classroom. So you're welcome, my brother. I will give a bit of feedback to those that are new to this group, Bishop Makhubele, and I see some new faces, Dr. Mokhalapa. The SUPERPACT is a group of political parties that saw it fit to come together, to share political ideas, help each other, parties that are aligned in policy, direction of our country, and really how to rescue our country so that we do not get blamed by our children later on. Our children will ask us what to do when we realize that the ANC government was destroying this country. That's a question that our future generation will ask us. So with the SUPERPACT, there was a way of really responding to this question. For the past few months, we have been talking and talking and talking. Now we have decided to do something about our talking. We have now decided to act. This is neither former SG of the ANC's political party, nor the Action SA. This is us, the so-called minority parties, coming together to find a way to unite in our efforts and endeavors. Most importantly, we have taken a sober decision to work together going into 2024. We've taken the decision to raise funding as a bloc, campaigning together as a bloc, and negotiate together with the other parties as a bloc. We have gotten tired of the divisions that is so prevalent amongst the like-minded political parties in our country. Those that are able to predict the future have told us the ANC government, for the first time at national level, will fall below 50% threshold that is required to govern. This predicament for the ANC has presented us an opportunity as political parties in opposition to possibly even govern the country come 2024. However, we are not going to do that if we are not organized. The SUPERPACT has taken a resolution to develop a comprehensive plan, or what you call a strategy, in order for us to contest the 2024 general elections. It is against this background, ladies and gentlemen, that we are here to commence the accomplishment of this task. Sorry. We are here, therefore, in the main to really draft a plan that will guide us, most importantly, in making us competitive force come 2024. We will not be able to do everything in the next 2 days. This is just a start. I will not be working alone. I've got a group of ladies that will be helping me to facilitate this workshop. I will introduce them at a later stage. I will also then require, as a start, each one of us to introduce himself or herself by stating your full name, your political party, then your role in your own political party. And afterwards, as an icebreaker, I am going to ask a few questions because I am your facilitator. My colleagues will be jotting down your responses as a start. Please don't talk fast. Take your time as we navigate through the workshop. The first part of the workshop really will be more on the softer issues and technical aspects of the strategy or the plan rather. Like obviously defining our weaknesses, opportunities, threats, but most importantly detailing our vision and mission as a SUPERPACT. We will then move to, I am aware that we've got politicians in the House. We'll then move towards the political aspects of our workshop towards the end of today and obviously tomorrow, where we'll then be talking politics. So President Godi, do not worry, we'll talk politics at some stage. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have also invited the civil society, the traditional leaders, the faith-based organizations, and also Soweto Parliament. These organizations, intentionally, we've invited them to come and join us for tomorrow. We've also invited the media. We'll have a media briefing tomorrow at 2 o'clock, I believe. So the media will also join us for tomorrow as we conclude our workshop. Without really wasting time, I am going to start on my left. Maybe let me start on my right, because Dr. Stevens joining us for the first time. Please, President Dr. Makhubele, introduce yourself and your organizations, then I'll then come back.
Thank you very much, Tate Molausi, and good morning, everyone. My name is Jomo Japilo. I'm the president of Independent Citizens Movement, ICM, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gladys Mahlambu from ICM. I'm the national coordinator. Thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Chris Makhubele, and I'm known as Rev Makhubele. The only bishop in the house is this one. So, Rev. So what is happening, I was involved when ICM was started. I was very, very jealous of this man that he was like kicked out, knowing the value that he is in the political arena. And that is when I came in and to be a part of that. But personally, I represent Devoted Citizen. Devoted Citizen is just a movement, and that is committed, to educate the citizens. Number one, to love their country. We are more in the area of don't litter, don't destroy your infrastructure, take care of yourself, and all that. And why am I here today? And when I saw this, which is what it has been in my heart, I'm more involved with the community, and they keep on crying. To me, I gather a crowd of around about 20,000 every weekend. And most of the people, they cry to us and say, you are more involved. What is happening? What is this confusion? Who are we going to vote for? You know? And so I've been speaking to Joy and some other people to say, we need to bring these leaders together and so that we can have a voice to make a difference in the lives of our people. But just in short, to understand why I am here and how can I benefit all of you. As devoted citizens now, we have embarked on a project of educating the voters. So what we are doing, we are concerned with that 14 million, of voters who have not registered. So we have moved in schools, in churches, in malls, just to say to the citizens, it is your role and your responsibility and to be a voter. And we are pushing that even to the churches and to the pastors. I'm sorry I'm not going to be here tomorrow because I'm going to another meeting in Bloemfontein where I mobilize the ministers, people who are more influential in the community, to say, let's take this project, so that we encourage the voters. So that is why I'm here. I'm here to support all of you guys. But obviously, you coming together and having a solution, it will make my job easier, and so that we give you the support. And that's all.
Thank you so much. I wanted to correct it. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings in the name of Jesus. Hallelujah.
Amen.
We bless the Lord that we are here. This is Bishop Mashashani, the founder and the president of AARM, African Amalgamated Restorative Movement. I am glad to see these initiatives. Of course, it aligns with our dream of amalgamating all the parties. So we are in support and humbled to be part of it. Thank you.
Good morning, and I give honor to the presidents that are here, the leadership, and the rest of the bishop. My name is Councillor Colleen Makhubele. I'm the Speaker in the City of Johannesburg, a member of Congress of the People. But I'm very excited with what the ref has said. You've just touched my head and my team is nodding because we are pushing civic education and we'd like to partner with you on that. Precisely for that, to say we have to take responsibility for our country, must educate the people. Number two, I was very upset, and I don't know if you saw the media, when a man in the highway was peeing in a moving vehicle. Did you see that? It went viral. And the whole South Africa is making a joke out of it. It's on social media, it's on TikTok. I mean, I wrote condemning messages to them to say we've totally lost social order, social control. The world is laughing at us. How do you attract investors, tourists, when we pee on a moving vehicle in the highway? They see this photograph of a man who dangles his feet and he's steaming and pee. It's totally disgusting. It tells us that there is no longer law and order in our nation, and nobody says anything about it. So those are the things that we are dealing with, and we'd like to partner with you later. We are in the city of Johannesburg, we're everywhere with different communities. If there's a way we can work with you on that, I'll be very excited. But this is what I am, and I thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this, and trust that we can add value as well with the knowledge that we have with the coalitions that we are dealing with at the moment.
The madam at the back, introduce yourself.
Just the gentleman.
Okay.
She's an intern from UJ, so I brought them to come and assist us. Yes.
Okay, good morning, all members present. My name is Gabriella Chara from Office of the Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mayu, and I come from an organization called Pact. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is actually Fiona Cameras, and I'm also part of the Pact company. It's an honor and privilege to be here.
Morning, one and all. My name is Raj Rendes, and I'm also from Blackburn. And just say a few things before we continue. The reason why we are here is we are basically an events management company and a promotional materials supplier. We concentrate largely on political campaigns, election campaigns. And when we got together as a company, we said that, listen, we know we've got to do something for the minority parties. Minority parties don't always have a say because of funding and it's expensive to campaign. So we are here also to assist where we can with your PVC banners, with your Codex posters, with your t-shirts, with your caps, all of your campaigning requirements. But then we leave that for later. But yeah, this is our company, Blackprint, and we're here to offer our assistance as well. Thank you.
President Kota.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Musiwa, and I'm very proud of this name. It means one who was left behind. And this is because my grandmother died about 4 or 5 days before I was born. So she was said to have not just left, but left me behind to fill the gap in the society, in the family, so to say. Now, the reason I try to emphasize this name is because most people call me Terra. Now, this Terra is not my name, it's a nickname. Terra is a nickname that I was given by Mr. Mchizana, who was my teacher at Maria Zen Institute in Matatiele, where I went to do Form 1. Those days we used to go and do Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, before the changing of the system that we have today. Now, I became Terra. Sadly, my name Musiwa disappeared, and Terra now became the Terra. When I went to St. Francis College, Mariannhill, where I met Steve Bigo and others, then it was Terra. And in fact, when I got there, the name was there even before I arrived. When I went to Terra from everywhere, so everybody called me Terra. And in some cases, people write in official papers Terra and all of that. So much so that the apartheid authorities also called me Terra, and they thought I was a terrorist. I was Terra because I was a terrorist. So for that reason, I was never acceptable to the Afrikaners, and I went to jail, Terra. I came back, Terra. I went back to jail again, Terra. And I came back, Terra. I'm still Terra. I'm struggling now, late in my life, to get rid of this Terra. Yeah, my name is Musiwa. My parents took me to the Catholics. We were all taken to the Catholic. I think my father and mother agreed that no, because apartheid is not good for us, we must take our children to the Catholic Church. And the Catholics have their own schools. That's why I went to Matatiele, to Mariazele. From there to Mariannhill St. Francis College. It was always to fight apartheid. All of my siblings, and I said, my mother refused to leave the African Methodist Episcopal Church, which I was born into. But my father said, okay, you stay in the AME. I will go with the children, the Catholics, so that we can give them education that will help them to become better citizens and so on. So we are all Catholics. My mother went to her grave, still AME. Most of my family is also in the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
It's important to say some of these things because the struggle has been the life of all of our people, really. It's all been about this. The Catholics then gave me, they said, okay, you can have Musiu, but you must become Gerard. And you must also become Patrick. St. Patrick is also one of the very well-known name respected by the Roman Catholic Church. So I've got these names, Musiwe, Gerard, Patrick, Lekota. Lekota here. Lekota, also, those who are interested, I can tell you the story of Lekota.
Over lunch.
Not now, yeah, maybe at lunch. Yeah. But here, Kimusi, I got Mutuba man Sagittarius or man Sagittarius. This is the Domela Makhubele. The Bajolang one, it's how to get Lema. So that is that. Now, my dear friend, I'm very happy to join with you here. We resisted apartheid, and in 1964, I was doing Study 6 when President Mandela and his co-accused, in June of '64, when they were sentenced to Robben Island. It was a very cold year. We had winter and snow, even including in Johannesburg. There was snow everywhere, actually. Now, little did I realize that the road we were traveling would take us the way we went. When I got to Marion Hill, we formed, Steve Bigo and others came to St. Francis College to explain to us about university, what is going to happen at university, what we are going to find there and so on. But it was a bigger occasion than we had realized because they had come actually to introduce, to form the South African Students Organization. By this time, our political organizations, the ANC, the PAC, the Cllr Indian Congress, and all of that had been banned. But we didn't know, we were just the chefs and so on. And we became members of the Black Consciousness Movement, SASU, South African Students Organization. After that, we went to Cllr, we built the South African Student Organization and waged struggles in the high schools and all of that. We were then expelled from the University of the North. Cllr, it was called Cllr, University of the North. We were expelled and I went back to Natal. But to cut the long story short, a few years later, some of us got arrested, others left, went to exile for military training, etc., etc. And we got arrested and then we went to Robben Island for the first time. Little did we realize it was going to be again later on. And when we got to the island, the late Robert Sobukwe was locked up alone on the island. He had finished his sentence, but he was not released. It was said that he would just come outside and cause a mess. So he was locked up there alone and so on. We were building things and so on. But today we are meeting here, and I'm very proud to say to you we formed, after I came back from Robben Island the first time, we formed the United Democratic Front. And collected students, collected people in communities. These organizations you are talking about, and all organizations like that, we pulled them together. We pulled them together to build what became the United Democratic Front, colored communities everywhere. For the first time after we came back from Robben Island. And I must really mention this to you, because there are many people who do not understand what apartheid was. And we must discuss that at some point, because all of us must be able to go and explain to other people what was apartheid and what happened under apartheid. So, I mean, now you go to, you hear people from Israel, they say that now, or who say they don't want Israel, they say no, there's apartheid there. There's no apartheid there. I'm telling you, I was there. I have been there. And we have to say to him, where's apartheid? Do you know what was apartheid? Because, comrades, what people don't know, you know, even when we were arrested, we African people, and Indian people, and colored people, we were locked up in different prisons. Not white people, not anywhere where white people were. There was law. The food we had to eat in jail had to be different from the food that was given to whites. Whites could be given milk in jail. We would never be given milk in jail. We couldn't go into the same toilet to pass the same urine that any one of us passes. No, they had to have a special place where to pass their urine, and we had to pass our urine elsewhere. The African people, the Indian people, the colored people, we were not allowed anywhere where white people could be. The buses, they would be written for whites only, or whites, knee blankets, and what? The most humiliating thing of all. That kind of thing you will not find if you go to Israel. You won't see it there. Yeah. And it's so humiliating when they say to us, there's apartheid here. Like, what apartheid are you talking about? They sit in the same parliament with the Jews and everybody, they all sit in the thing and so on. That is to reduce apartheid to a nonsensical thing, absolute nonsense. So anyway, we suffered, comrades, under apartheid. Our people were humiliated. Old people. Your father could be called a boy by a little white boy. That was what it was. You got humiliated, so humiliated, that how somebody, your father, somebody you regarded very highly, your mother, girls, your mother was called a girl. That was what they were. Now that is where we came through. And we still, these townships you see now, where we are and so on, that's where people were thrown away, were thrown there away. There's nothing that you could be proud of under apartheid. And so, I just want to say this to you, that the struggle we are waging for better conditions for our people, when you see our people sleeping in shacks, when we say freedom has come, there's shacks. People are sleeping right out there. They have nothing to eat. There's no school for our children. Terrible conditions. These conditions that we live in under apartheid and under the African National Congress government, these conditions are increasingly worse than what we lived in when we grew up. And we must say this. We must say this to our people. To say to them, we want you to pay tax. Pay it to us. We will build you houses. We'll put your children in schools. We'll give you hospitals where you can be looked after and where nurses and doctors can nurse you back to life. This is the road we must tell our people. Without shame, we must tell them without shame that we are ashamed that having come here and you now put us in power and so on, look what's happening to you. And so many of the men and women, some of whom betrayed us actually, they are not ashamed to steal millions and billions of rands of the people's money and do that to us and so on. If we can join this and fight this battle together, I promise you I'll go to my grave happy. I thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Makhubele. I'm the president of the APC, the African People's Convention. I come from Bushbuckridge, Mpumalanga. Chair, I think when you introduce me, just restrict yourself to Temba. The Nelson part has nothing to do with my parents or my grandparents. It was a necessity for me to go to Sub-A, which my sisters under the Morula tree in the morning had to have a conference to decide what European name do they give me so I can be admitted in school. So it is there, but it's not, it is not mine.
Thank you. I am Khanyisa Dlamini, popularly known as Gogo Dlamini. I am from Giyani in the Pompo. Like the facilitator said,
Yes.
a member in good standing in the African People's Convention Party. I am happy to be one or in this movement. And I was touched by what the Reverend has said, because it was also a thorn in my heart that our country is being destroyed. Our people have lost morals. And I'm happy if there are people who are still facilitating to educate our people to be patriotic. Thank you.
Facilitator, I was waiting for you to call me. I know it's difficult to be the last speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Facilitator, I think you've got a very difficult job because you've got bishops and politicians in one room. So both are in the trade of talking. So I'm not sure how you're going to manage this one. And you've got a sitting speaker as well. So you've got a serious challenge. I don't envy to be you. Let me start with this precursor before I introduce myself. Just to say, Tatelo Kota, you know I served with you for 10 years in Parliament. And what I miss is that I never had the chance for you to sit with me and give me the real history of South Africa and the real struggle. That's how Parliament busy it is. Because all we've been seeing each other was in committees and walking the walls of Parliament. But I would want to sit with you one day and have coffee so that you can share that history and that passion. And now I understand where your passion comes from when you were making passionate speeches in Parliament. My name is Steven Mukhalapa. I'm the chairperson of the board from Build One South Africa of Musi Maimane. I'm representing him today. I think the reason why we are here is that there is common synergy in what we are all doing. And I think in the main, it's not about ourselves, it's about the people we want to represent. It's about the communities we want to serve. And we hope to achieve some form of a way forward in terms of how can that be achieved moving forward. So as BOSA, we are quite honored to have been called to come and observe and contribute towards this success. So indeed, thank you very much, colleagues, for having us here. And we are looking forward to the exciting engagements. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we know each other, I would like us to, if you permit, I would like us to pray. There's a stadium pastor, wherever who always prays for us, and you did not introduce yourself. So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself and just maybe pray for us before we start.
Oh, that's my wish. Nothing more and nothing less. I thank you all for being here. I'm known as a King Sithola II, but let us pray. Father, thank you for have allowed us to be here today. And thank you for the organizers of this event. Thank you for the ideas that are about to be unpacked for the betterness of our society. In the name of Jesus, grant us the Holy Spirit and lead us, Lord, to the next government and deliver us all and help us to succeed and be the servant of the people that South Africa has been longing to see in their lifetime. I ask you all in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. And maybe for housekeeping purpose, ladies and gentlemen, we've got, I'm told that we've got the bathrooms just on our right. As you go out to the room, there are bathrooms on the right. One of my colleagues here also requested me to request you to switch your phones to the silent mode. Right? It's not a rigid workshop. You're allowed to go out and answer a phone, but we appreciate it if you switch your phones to silent mode. Dr. Stevens just reminded me that we've got politicians and pastors and bishops here, so I assume that your phone is always busy. There is an agenda that we circulated. I must state that agenda, it's not rigid, it's flexible. I'm going to be guided by the mood inside the room, which items we must look at, etc. But most importantly, I circulated that agenda because I realized that this is the only way I'll get the president to react. The minute I sent that agenda, almost all the president called me on the side and said, "Hey, what do you want us to do with these things? Do you want us to prepare, to study these things?" And I liked the reaction, but it's not rigid. We're going to change it, we're going to alter it as and when we proceed. And sometime during the course of the session, we will distribute the attendance register. Please do sign it. It's just for a record purpose, and also it enables us to keep in touch with you, ladies and gentlemen. I think with that said, I want President Dr. Makhubele just to set the tone. I know you've prepared a presentation for us, but also just to present and give us the context of the current political climate in the country, but also with IEC. I think that presentation will then start to cultivate some ideas around the room and really set a tone for the next 2 days. Apologies to put you on the spot like that, but yeah, you've got the time is yours, the floor is yours.
Are we able to dim the slides because we're projecting? You will help me with the projection. In the pointer. we start with the project?
Yeah, it's coming up.
Fellow presidents, Reverend Makhubele Bishop, Cllr Council, strategic partners, Tate Mokgalapa, our partners in the media, all colleagues, good morning. I'm going to try and set the scene, and I hope I'm going to ignite some discussions whilst doing that. So that it's important that everything that we discuss within context. I think whilst I'm waiting for the presentation,
just 2 minutes.
I'll just go on and just do the introductory remarks. We are all here because of common interest. We are all here because we are tired of the status quo. You know, there's no buts about it. We are all here because we are not happy with the trajectory that the country is taking. And in our respective corners, we've been doing some things. And indeed, in Tatelekota, we had a discussion, and I want to now place it on record and reiterate what Tate Mokgalapa said, that that story and the passion in which you tell it ought to be told. And it would be unfortunate that one day you have to leave us and the story is not told the way you are telling it. I had the honor of sharing the table with you, and you started sharing with me the story that we've always known. You know, we know Robben Island, but it's told from, you know, a different angle. And it's important that we hear that. And your passion in talking about the problems that we are faced with as a country reminds us why we're here. And I'm sure it will resonate with many young people. You know, it's said that today we are so numb, as the name that we used the other day. We have been numb to a point where we have forgotten even where we come from. You know, you are saying apartheid was so painful, and it was. But it is said that even today, because of load shedding, unemployment, and all these things, people still say we are better where we are than we were during apartheid. That's how now we are becoming. And this is the mentality behind all of us when we approach you know, processes like elections. You know, and so it's important that we have these dialogues. But I don't think today we're going to focus a lot of efforts on that because we know our problems. Well documented, we know that. If we spend time on that, I think we will leave here, all of us, very depressed. We know the problems, we are tired about it. The question is, what do we do? What do we do individually? What do we do as a collective? I'm going to give you a presentation, but the presentation gives the context so that when we discuss within the context and the reality that is facing us. And I just said setting the scene, which is what I will do. And I will be successful if I manage to agitate some of you in my presentation. Let's go to the first slide. Okay, I started with this first slide, which I believe is very loaded. It's about the three main political players in the space. And I want to show you what happened in 2019 national government elections and unpack that in context. ANC got 57.5, DA 20.8, EFF 10.8. Then fast forward come local government elections of 2021. In that election, all the three parties dropped in their performance. But we should not read much into that because the hype in terms of local government elections is not the same with national elections, as we know. But the fact of the matter is that they all dropped. And Another important fact that we need to note is that the three parties accounted for about 90% of the vote. So which meant only 10% was left. Now, let's look at what the opinion polls are saying. Some of them are older because they update them, but this is what they're saying. Social research in March, recently, 2023. This is their projections for next year. Okay? So they're still optimistic. They're saying ANC will maintain the majority. Okay? We will talk about that. They're saying 52%, DA 21%, EFF 6%. Brandhurst Foundation in August, they say 48, 25 and 11. Rivonia 41, 18, 15. Ipsos, one of the reputable ones, says 45, 16 and 13. Okay. Now, in summary, you would see all of them agrees that the ANC will drop. They may disagree on to what extent they will drop. Okay? All of us, I'm sure, are confident in the prediction that they will drop below 50%. Then we'll talk about it. Why below 50%? Then the DA, and obviously two says they will go up, the other two says they will go down. And then EFF, one says they will drop, the other three are optimistic, they say they will go up. But what is interesting is that all this shows us one thing, especially the smaller parties, that more than 70% of all votes will still remain with the top three. Right? Now, if you go back to the previous election, you will realize that after the top three, there's other three parties that takes a sizable chunk and are likely to maintain that. IFP, Action SA, and I think it was Patriotic Alliance. But now there's a new player in the form of Action SA. And also predictions are that those three will take up the 15%. Okay? And we're not yet featuring in all this. Now we come. I call us for now the rest of the remaining parties. Okay. Predictions are that there's going to be about 400 to 500 parties, including the independents. Right? We are sharing 15%. Okay. So we need to understand this context so that we are not naive in our approach, in that these projections are very close to the reality. Yes, of course, give or take, there may be differences here or there, but we are talking there 15% plus minus 400, 500 parties. Okay. Let's pack that. Next slide. Now, this was very interesting for me, because when I started and we said we wanted to contest the elections, we were told that you're going to need at least 70,000 votes to get a seat in parliament, right? Others said, my national coordinator said, no, 50, 60. Okay, then I had to go and study the seat allocation and the quota. And there's a formula that is used to calculate, right? So it's not 50, it's not 60, it's not 70. It's dependent on the total valid votes. Okay, if they go up, the number will be up. If they go down, the number will be down. But that's not the only variable. Valid votes, not total cast vote, total valid vote. But those total valid votes, you will see in the next slides, is also affected by those that actually grab seats. And the more those who don't grab seats, the more it also affects the calculation of the quota. And I will show that to you. Right? 2019 election, this was the calculation. I did the calculation from scratch, President Wood, and I allocated all the parties in parliament the seat, and I got it right, exactly how they did it, and I'll show you how you got your seats. First round, second and third round. And you will see therein lies the problem. Okay. So 43,000 was what you needed to get a seat in parliament, right? Then first allocation. First allocation, it takes the votes that you obtained and it divides that by the quota. okay? Then it gives you the number of seats, okay? And when the first round was done, only 387 seats were allocated of the 400 in Parliament. The remaining seats were 13, okay? Then they went for the second allocation. The second allocation says you will allocate according to the highest remainder. That is the comma. If you got 50,000, 43 divided by 50,000, it would be 1.03 something. So the 1.8 will be higher than 1.03. So the comma, after the comma, the highest number gets the next 5 seats, but only 5 seats. But there's 13 of them, but only 5 can be given to the highest remainder. And that leaves 8 seats. Okay? Then the 8 seats is the third allocation, are allocated on the highest average votes per seat. This is where even 2 parties that did not make the quota, Al Jama and, okay, we'll get to it, and PAC got a seat. So you can say they came Madala side, they came by the vector, because they didn't make the quota. It's in the formula, right? Now, the 400 seats, once that is allocated, that's what we call the national allocation. But the national allocation has to be distributed 200 national, 200 regional, which is provinces. But that doesn't change the national allocation. Your number stays the same. The formula just begins to dictate, as the bigger parties especially, how you distribute your votes. Because they say you must recognize the provinces or the regions that contributed the most towards your success. Right? But we will get to that because we did the actual calculation. Let's go to the next slide. I think it's the actual calculation. I do apologize, it's very small, but I will talk you through. These are the 14 parties that contested the election. The total number of votes was 17.4 million. That was the total valid vote, right? And you would see the highest party was ANC with 10 million, DA 3.6, EFF 1.8. Okay. Then from there you will see there's quite a significant gap with the IFP coming at 588, FF 414, ACDP 146. Then another gap. The rest. This is where the rest actually start from UTM. Right? 78,000. Just shy of 2 seats if you look at that quota. Right? Now, the numbers are there. Okay? Now, if you look at the percentage underneath, they're also there, 57, and we spoke about the percentages. Now, the first seat allocation was 230. You see the quota. If you take the votes of the ANC, this amount, you divide by the quota, which is there. It gave us 230.569. So the formula, as I've indicated, it says drop the comma, you give them 230 votes. Then DA 83.304, drop the comma, give them 83. So all of them, you drop the comma, give them the number. So this is how we get the first allocation. That was 13 short. Then second round, you consider the commas. Then I did the ranking of the commas, and you will see the highest ranking, which is the yellow. It was the 0.794, 0.767, 0.619, 0.751, and 0.724. 5. You give them the next 5 seats. Okay. The rest of the 8 seats is the ones that came on the third allocation on the red. So you can see how some of you got the 2 seats. You got the 2 seats because of the 8 here, when we came to the average per seat. But I must indicate, these, you will see later, are the seats that were lost by the rest of the other smaller parties. And we were lucky that some of them, of us, were able to catch them. But the danger in the telecom is that you cannot go beyond there. The maximum you can do is 2 when it comes to the third allocation. They can't be the final allocation and you can't get more than 1. If there was an excess, it would have gone to bigger parties. So that's how then the seat allocation in National Assembly is 230, 84, and 44. Then the rest 10, 4. But you see, there's 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, and 1. When there's all these 2, initially they got only 1 seat in terms of the quota. So if all seats were allocated first round, we would have been having 1 seat each in parliament as the smaller parties. Is that clear in terms of, we've got to understand this because we are going into its numbers games. That's why we are going, and you will see where the problem is. Right? The total, there's the 48 parties that contested the elections, these elections. 14 got the seats, this 14. 34 fell by the wayside. The 34 accounts for 309,722 votes. When we say, and that's why we are in court now, to say our electoral act is not constitutional, because every vote must count. Now you are sitting with these votes that are equivalent of 8 seats, if you use the quota. 8 seats lost for all those parties, because they weren't on it alone, they just all fell shy of making up the quota. Let's take the next slide. Now, the regional seat, I did indicate that there's 400, but it must be divided 200, 200. I just want to explain quickly the regional seats. Before elections, what IEC does, the 200 regional seats are divided between the regions based on their registered population. Population of Gauteng is 14 million relative to the country's population, so you will get so many seats. Purely on population. Gauteng, you will get so many, then they allocate the number of seats. Then we contest for those seats. Right? And then the quota, again, the same formula, is calculated based on total valid votes and seats allocated for that region. So Gauteng, it is allocated 48 seats, and there's 1.4 million voters in Gauteng. The total valid votes is 1.4, then you divide by 48, exactly the same way. That's how then you calculate the quota at the regional level, and then allocation of seats follow the same process. First allocation, second allocation. Then the final national seat gives preference and precedence to regional. So the regional, remember ANC had 51, 230. So whatever the calculation from the total of all the provinces, they take the seats first from the 230. The balance of the seats is what we call PR seats. So preference is given to those that contribute the most. Yeah? Fair enough. I spoke about the wasted votes of all those 34 parties. And again, another dynamic that we need to be aware of in next year's election is that for the first time, independent candidates will stand. An independent candidate, irrespective of how popular you can be, the best you can do is 1 seat. Yep. Yeah. You get 400,000 votes. If you are a party, that's 10 votes. That's 10 seats. As an independent, you are independent. You are one-man show. Yeah. You take your seat each time. The rest of the votes, they go back to the pool. So the independents are going to hurt us if you think about this formula. Right? And as we have seen with the 34 parties, many of us, if you consider now this calculation, are going to fall by the wayside. We are going to fall by the wayside. Pastor Makhubele, you are saying you are encouraging more people to vote. The more the people vote, the higher the quota. Yeah. Sure. Right? You can see all those other parties. These are old parties, long parties, with a reputation. And to go back a bit, ma'am, to have a vote. Can you go back to that slide again? Yeah, I mean from ACDP, 146,000. Still did well. UGM 78,000. ATM 76. Good 70,000. NFP 61,000. AIC 48,000. CODE 47,000. Pan-Africanist Congress 32,000. You can see how tough it is to get the votes. So we have to think numbers when we approaching the elections. It's a game of numbers. We can go back to that slide. Next one. Okay, this is just to give the context of our electorate. Our electoral act says all citizens, South African citizens over 18, you are eligible to vote. So 2019, it meant 36 million of us were eligible to vote. We should have voted if we registered. But only 27 million registered. Okay, of the 36, so that was 74%. Okay. So more than 15% says study. Right from the beginning, I'm uninterested. Okay? Now, of the 27 that registered to vote, only 18 showed up. Okay? Which reduced the figure to 66%. Okay. And this effectively says only 50% of the eligible voters are voted in 2019. So half the people that ought to have voted, voted. The other half didn't vote. That's what it meant. And predictions are saying it could get worse unless we do something about it, right? And they are saying this trend is more prevalent among younger voters and the middle class. The people who says, but politics are not for us. This is not for us. What have you got to offer us? But they complain in the comfort of their houses and in their own corners. Every time when you go to restaurants, they tell you, politics are dirty. And we remind them that politics is about leadership. Then stop complaining. But this is concerning. And that the survey after elections, when they asked the people why they didn't vote, they indicated voter, the apathy, disillusionment with parties, no viable option on the ballot paper, younger generation. They're very interesting because they have no historic bonds or non-partisan. You must reason with them. You must resonate with them. You must convince them. Now, they don't owe you the Cllr. I still feel you liberated us. You were there, you know, I can resonate with you when you speak. The younger ones, they say, born free. You know, to me, it's about what you've got to offer me. You've got to lead me to a better life. Yes, thank you. You've heard about the apartheid, and we believe we have paid our dues, or our parents have paid our dues. Now we want leaders, right? So we must be able to engage them and talk at their level. So young people. Now, what is scary is that the ANC governs with the consent of just a quarter of the electorate. A quarter of the electorate. And they're governing. That is scary. And that's not democracy. Because democracy is that, you know, and this is the message that those who stay behind and not voting have to understand that by not voting, you are voting. Staying away, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're not punishing anyone, but you're punishing yourself. You are voting. Next slide. Okay. Now, we spoke about this. Numbers are there. You saw the numbers. So I'm talking about the number. I'm not making up this. 6 possible scenarios next year. 6. Nothing outside of this can happen. These are your 6 possible governments. You look at them and you tell me if you like them, or which one you don't like and which one you like. But these are your 6 possible governments. The first one, ANC at it alone. They're still optimistic. They still believe they can win the election, outright majority, right? And then they govern on their own. I say it's unlikely, The projection you saw are saying it's unlikely, but they still believe that they can do it, and they're going at it alone. Option number 2, it's ANC EFF coalition. Okay? And this is very possible. Very, very possible. Except that it's very costly for the ANC. Those discussions have started. The demands of the EFF are known, and the ANC is very uncomfortable with it. But if the ANC have got no other alternative, this is going to be our government. And it will be our government as their last resort. Very likely. And this scares me. Personally, this scares me. Yeah. Right? Number 3 is ANC and DA coalition. They've been in talks. Others says it's oil and water. They don't mix left and right. But they've been in discussion, conflicting interests. Not serving the similar constituencies. Unlikely for this to happen. But it is, in terms of numbers, it can work. But unlikely. Option number 4, which is the one I like the most, which is where we are, is ANC and the minority coalitions. It's ideal for the ANC, and I say it's highly likely. But however, the question is who dictates the trajectory of where this goes. We've raised all the issues, unhappiness, but right now, it would be naive for us to think that all the smaller parties, you've seen the numbers, we can come together and govern. Yes, we should aspire for that. We should go towards that. The sky is always the limit. They say, aim for the moon, land among the sky. It's okay. But the numbers tells us that we can become the kingmakers and dictate the trajectory and force the powers that be to do what is right. It's the influence that we can have here. It's highly likely. It's why I believe we are all here. Right? And then option number 5 is what we call ANC minority government. No coalition with anyone. ANC gets 45%, we get what we get, and they govern. It's pay as you go, as and when. When they want to approve an issue that they know, now we are talking issue of faith. They come to this faith-based organization and say, hey, support us. We want to push this, and then you agree, yeah, cool. Then they come next time, they
call it the chameleon system.
Yes. So this is very likely. We may not agree and say, oh no, we all go our own way, but it's not stable. It's very unstable. You don't run government like that. We've seen,
especially for citizens.
In municipal, yes. You know, we can't afford that. Then the last one is the DA Moonshot Pact. The Moonshot Pact short numbers. They don't have the numbers, and they will not have the numbers. Anything that excludes, you've seen currently of the 400 seats in Parliament, 127 are between these two. We see even in municipalities when we do these coalitions. The minute you leave both of them out, the numbers just don't stack up. So yes, it's good that they go for this moonshot pact, but it's highly unlikely to get the numbers. So these are 6 possible scenarios.
Where's the SUPERPACT?
SUPERPACT is here. This is the SUPERPACT. Yeah. And if there's anyone who think of any other option from the numbers, by all means, we are here to discuss. I could not think of anything, President, outside of the 6. Thank you. Last slide, I think. Now, SUPERPACT. I've indicated where we are, and I believe we've got 3 possible scenarios as the SUPERPACT. Okay? And each of them I believe that's what we should discuss, and that's what we should focus our efforts on. The pros and cons. They all come with positives and negatives galore. Right? The question is which one works best for us. The first option is the status quo. We shake hands, President Goni. We say it was nice meeting each other, we go our separate ways. Right? And the status quo, we go at it on our own. Just like we were doing. But we were 48 and there's 500 of us now. The same cake. Now we must share it among so many. Right? And I'm saying it's costly. We know. We're told that to register to contest, it's 1 million. 500 parties is 500 million. It's half a billion. Yet we don't even have money to campaign. Right? So it's going to be costly, not only just from registering, campaigning, and all of that. It's unsustainable, as you have seen, because guaranteed, many of us will fall by the wayside. Whether we like it or not, it's guaranteed. Okay, money down the drain, effort, time, everything down the drain. There will be many casualties. Wasted votes, you have seen 309 from the 48 is going to be much more. We are very weak individually. We are.
Yeah.
You've seen it there. Numbers don't lie. None of us is getting here. And the people that we are talking to, none of us is capable of getting or demonstrated getting 1%. 1% of the voters. The best amongst us got 0.8%. 0.8, and they got 2 seats for it. If we are content with that, it's fine. And we sit there and we get whatever comes out of the 2 seats. But very unsustainable. Less than 1% each of us. That's why I said, optimistically, if as a collective we get 10%, amazing. But I like to be bullish and optimistic. And someone said, no, 8 or 15%. And I'm saying, wow, I will jump. But yes, we get 10%, 15%, we would have outdone ourselves. Right? Now, the second option is exactly what we did in our municipality. We contested local government. We contested on our own. We didn't know each other. When we got into council, we met each other. Then we started the Super 7 in Ekurhuleni. I started the Super 7 in Ekurhuleni. Called them and said, let's come together. Let's move as a pack. Right? Which works. But you see, the problem with the option 2, it doesn't take away all the negatives of option 1. The only thing it introduces is that it gives you greater bargaining power. Now, after. You know, it's a sieve. The rest would have fallen by the wayside. Those that survives, we come together and we negotiate as a pack. We talk as a pack. Right? Greater bargaining power, avoid incoherent messages because we push common message and we prevent divide and rule. Because if we do it that way, we are negotiating post facto, after the effect. Right? And if we negotiate after the effect, the bigger players, they divide us. They say, this is what we've got to offer you. If you don't want it, Rev will take it. Right? And we are doing you a favor, in actual fact, because there's 14 other of you. And it's you that we actually giving preference to. So if you don't take it, by no means we will go and give it to you. See that in encounter. So that's why it will kill us. And they're doing that currently in our municipalities now. We are still attacked in that area, right? But they're dividing us. They say, no, we'll take the mayor from this one, on that one, then they Daniel the carrot there. It's just not working for us. It's a very compromising position, but it's better than the first option. Okay, it's better than it, but still not the solution. Right? Now, the SUPERPACT approach, what I call the SUPERPACT approach, all in. Right? All in. And I say this is a very bold, brave, and courageous move if we are to consider this. Where we say we retain our identities, we are parties in our own right, we retain our identities, we campaign in our identities, but going into elections, as you've seen the numbers and how the seats are allocated, If we go individually, we are going to eliminate each other, we're going to destroy each other, we're going to, it's simply just not sustainable.
Disadvantage yourselves.
Yeah, we're spreading ourselves too thin on the ground. We are confusing the electorate. Rev, you just said it. There's too many of us, right? And we are saying more or less the same thing. We are just saying it differently. We are all hardcore, tired with the status quo. We want a better life. That's all we are about. We want better education, better future for our children. Yes, we put it in different manifestos, but we are saying one and the same. Right? That's one. Two, think about a ballot paper with 500 parties. That's a Bible. Impatience is very ripe in our people. Imagine if I go there, I'm looking for ICM. I'm sure President Mashashan, before I get to ICM, if I come across AARM, I'll say no, but they are the same. Let me rather just vote for this one. You know, it's the practicality. I don't know how IEC, I'm glad they are coming here. I don't know how they're going to have a ballot paper with so many parties, but that's democracy. Other African countries are there already. When these elections is a Bible, right? We are just going to confuse people. So this one gives us a very strong electoral appeal. When we come and we share common message, this could just be what is missing, right? As much as my projections were very low, not very low, but not that optimistic. But remember, we said half of the people are not even voting at all. And these are the people that perhaps we could appeal to. Because the current voting population is loyal. They vote in a certain way. There isn't much that's going to change. There's very few that get disgruntled. The worst that they do, President, look what they stay away. But they don't switch. I said voters, and I've engaged with them. They're like soccer players, soccer fans, supporters. If your team is not doing well, you don't switch. Chiefs fans don't switch and say, now I support Pirate. They stop supporting soccer. They don't watch soccer anymore. Voters are like that. Right? They will remain loyal to some extent to their parties. And the worst is they stay away. But as to that they will switch, highly unlikely. But the ones that stay away are sending a very powerful message. One, they're saying there's nothing there for us on the ballot paper. Nothing. So anyone that can give them an ideal option, it's highly likely that they will come out and vote for that person. So, and I believe the Pact can give that stronger electoral appeal. Greater stability, economies of scale. Going at this together, share the resources as opposed to divide the resources. It gives us all an increased political clout. We are here today, we are talking about media briefing tomorrow. But already, the media has picked up on this. Because this is powerful. And if we get this right, this is powerful. But on our own, we've been in existence, Pastor Makhubele. They don't write about us. They didn't write about us. Unless we create a story. But otherwise they don't write. We are persona non gratas. But now that we came here, just this collective, already they are talking about us. So it will give us that political clout, increase public confidence. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know messages. There's just too many messages. There's a clutter of messages. And it's going to create a lot of problems. A stronger funder appeal. We've been going around looking for funding, President Wood. As far as overseas, and they say, what's your footprint? Who are you? I mean, 0.5% party. It's a big party in South Africa, but you can't even get funding. So if we come together as a collective, funders will come. That's what they told us. That's what they told us, because they want a meaningful contribution. It's not about, it should not be as though we are doing this and we are content with getting a seat. And what do you do with a seat or 2 seats in a broader scheme of things? Does it change really anything? So let it not be about our individualism, but but be more about the communities and say, yes, perhaps we'll get a seat or two, Pastor Mate, we'll even mobilize enough. But is that what we want? Will that bring meaningful change in our country? No. Because the seats that are there, yes, voices have been raised and right voices have been raised in Parliament and in the body of politics. But the change that we desire is not forthcoming. So this, we need more funders. And I'm saying this is ideal, but the practicality of implementing it is going to be a challenge. It requires maturity, it requires boldness, it requires the willingness to let go of our identities, at least for that period, for the bigger good and the correct cause. And I strongly believe that this, if I were to pray for something, this is what I would pray for. And say, if we were to come together, as many as possible like-minded parties, and avoid all this proliferation, we stand a better chance. And I think this is where my presentation ends. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, President Dr. Mujabi. Let's appreciate him once more. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is clear. It is clear that the task ahead of us is huge. There is still a lot of work. There's still a lot of work ahead of us. I've noted you. The word of education that is required from this room for us to undertake. But most importantly, it is clear that it will be difficult for us to do it alone. It was not a read from your presentation, Dr. Mujabi. We need each other. The question is, how are we going to do it? How are we going to put this thing together? We compete as individual political parties going to 2024. We match, we go with option 3 as presented. We have to think about these things. I think we must have frank and honest discussions around that. I will at this stage, however, afford each individual political party here to reflect and to respond to the presentation, right? I think we'll do it for the next 30 minutes and we'll take a break. There is a light snack, I'm told, that is being prepared for us outside. So we'll take 30 minutes to respond and to reflect, and we'll take a break. At this stage, I will allow individual political parties to respond in no particular order. Dr. Makhubele was saying, how are we going to manage politicians, how are we going to manage bishops and referendum in a room, in terms of managing time. So we're going to use a body language. When I move closer to you, I'm signaling that your time is over, because some of us will need a body break, some of us will need to re-energize and that. Yeah. Speaker, you have raised your hand. I don't know if there's some.
I raised it to signal that there are some questions that we wanted to pose that perhaps as part of the reflection before we respond. Yes. Because I think it was such we've just been absorbing a lot, and we need you to unpack some of the concepts for us.
And my brother had raised your hand as well?
Yes, sir. I just want to ask the question. Yes. As speakers said, yes. To doctor. The doctor is a numbers man.
Yes.
And I want to clarify something with the cases currently going on with IEC. And something about the quota, if you don't reach a certain amount of voters and then you are struck off. So even if, I don't know what's the number, so just say maybe it's 50,000 people and you reach 43,000, you don't make it, that means just goes to a waste. So that 43,000 votes is nothing, it's extra cost, if I'm correct. Maybe you reflect on that. Just going back to your point, to show also why the SUPERPACT is so important, I don't know. But if you could maybe just brief everyone, because there's a good clarity as well on like wasted votes. If you don't reach the limit. Thank you.
I'll ask you a question.
Not a question per se, but it's a request to the people to repeat, more specifically on the item on report 3, where it's talk about SUPERPACT approach. Yeah, we need more clarity on that. I'm more interested.
So let's do it this way. I'm going to allow individual political parties to reflect and react. Then afterwards we'll call Dr. Joe, President Makhubele, to close this. In no particular order.
Are you saying we must jump in, or are you going to
Thank you very much for the presentation. That was clearly well researched. Indeed, elections are numbers. So if you don't understand or appreciate numbers in elections, you've missed it completely. I would like you to tell us more about the case before the Constitutional Court. You said something about being part of it, and what its effect and implication might be. Because I've seen arguments around the reporter, this and that, and signatures, but we're not so sure. Personally, I always believe that things are processes. Right? Whether you're eating, it's a process. You chew, you swallow. Whether you're breathing or health. Even what we're engaging in, it's a process. It's not an event. Meaning, we need to be clear about where we are and where we want to be. And to say from here to where we want to be, what are the milestones that we need to reach? Because as they say in military terms, if you move to a particular stage without having gone through a particular one, you'll be forced to go. And then those efforts become wasted. And it's always, and maybe it is the reality of life. I would imagine that we need boldness, we need bravery, but we probably need time more. Because if you don't have time, you just jump in because you are bold, you find that there are a lot of things, just like a house. If you complete this hotel in a month, sure, you would note that it might not actually be sustainable in the long run. So I think the number issues are very sobering. When I say sobering, I'm putting it in generic terms. From what I know, I understand these numbers very, very well, and how they but for Tina as a group, they assist in bringing perspective. When we talk elections, we're talking numbers. I do think that it might be important for us to look at this engagement whether it's historic or not, depends on what we do beyond here. We could meet today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. It becomes meaningless. But if we meet today, tomorrow, and we're able to move forward and sustain something, then it becomes historic. And I'm saying this to say we are breaking barriers in terms of us being able to sit down like this as different parties with different histories and different outlooks. It's very important because concerns for citizens cannot be a definition of an organizational outlook. There's more politics to concern than just that English phrase. But for us to have come together and say, let's look each other in the eyes and say, here's the situation in our country, what do we do with it? I think it's very important, and that element does need to be isolated so that we're able to build on it. If we just hurry over it as just another event, I think that will prevent us from appreciating and seeking to conserve and build what is there. I just want to say the issue of the number of political parties, we also must look at it in perspective. Because some of these parties that you see registered are sponsored by both the ANC and the TA. So if we talk about those numbers in abstract, then we're not having proper context. Because they do that deliberately. So even if we sit here, some of those parties will not even come here because they've been formed for a particular purpose. So we need to be alive to that. You say you have 400 plus parties. Are you going to have 400 plus parties contesting the elections? No, that will never happen. Never. So without going to the number, let's look at the principle. So that we're not intimidated by number, but we're guided by principle. That cooperative politics introduce a new luxury in our politics, cooperative politics, where we try to say, how do we find each other? And the momentum of that interaction may or may not take us where we want to be. But everything is a process. Everything is a process. I think for me that is what I can say. To say a lot of initiatives fail or collapse because of haste. We see the end goal and we want to rush there and stumble because we didn't see the pothole here because we're focusing there on the end goal. But if we see our way through and where we're going to step until we reach the end point, then we're most likely to achieve it. And I would be sad if we would become part of the statistics of failed initiatives because we're failing to appreciate the nuances of what needs to be done to achieve whatever it is that we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who wants to go next? Who's ready? Rosa?
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator. Dr. Makhubele, I must say, in my 20 years in politics, I've never seen such a pragmatic outline of numbers. And you've succinctly put it across and are giving us a food for thought in a sober mind. I wished that all the 34 parties could have been here just to see this dynamic. Because indeed, it's a numbers game. And the painful truth is the formula. And we need to get to that level. Because if you look at it, when you say collectively, we are looking at the 15%, but we are yet not making about 1% of the collective national vote. Then definitely it's a food for thought. We all need to ask ourselves, what is the way forward and why are we here? So, going straight into why are we all here, we need to come out here with one thing, do we take option 1 or do we take option 3? Option 1 says we go to election all individually with our own, or we go for option 3. Sorry, my deputy leader is calling me. I need to answer this one. Leadership? Yes. All right. Let me send you the location. Already, yes. Very well. I'm on the floor now. Let me call you. The option of where we are going lies between option 1 and option 3. Where we walk out here, we keep the status quo, let's all go and fish around, and then we will come together on the table once it's said and done. So meaning, let's all go fight our battles. Let's go look for our own funders, let's go for our own resources, let's go for our own messaging and contradict each other and fight and hope that after the dust has settled, we are able to sit around the table and look at a common vision for South Africa. Or we go to status, to option 3, where we say, okay, we do away with all these banners, let's have one banner and let's give it a shot. That is what we need to consider. At the end, I do agree with Tate Bodu when he says everything is a process, but we are 6 months into elections. There's no time for process. South Africans are not looking for a process, they are looking for a party or parties that can work together and deliver them from where we are and take them to the promised land. And we don't have time, unfortunately. So this is a call. That is why I think Dr. Mochapelo put that word bold. Because of this is a call that the political leaders in the room needs to make that call and say, this is what we have to do. In spite of our own differences, egos, anything else, and say what is in the best interest of this country. I like the word principle. What will be the guiding key principles that gather us together? I think we all have said that, and you summed it up well, Dr. Mjapulan, you said we are all for one thing, but we are saying it in different things. So we are using the English synonym in terms of what we want to achieve, but we all want to achieve the same thing. It's about providing services to the people of South Africa and giving them an alternative government that can deliver for them. That is the main essence. And we are saying, in the main, South Africans are tired of the mainstream politics. The 70% parties that take 70% of the votes have exhausted anything that you can want to do. Center left, center right, right, all those ideologies are taken. What is left is that, what is it in for our communities that they can believe in us, that we can deliver those services? So I'm putting it to us here to say that in the main, after we've discussed everything, looked at the scenarios and all the things, we need to get to a point where it is between those two scenarios. Which one we will take moving forward? To answer the question on the court case of the independence. And I think part of the 14 million, my bishop, that we have to inculcate for voter education, it is that issue of saying, it's not about saying let's have independence. Because of independence, Dr. Mjapelo is right. The best shot you can have is one seat. One seat only. If you are in literally Putswa, you can get 445,000 votes. It's just that one seat. And part of the challenge that we are having now between ourselves and IC and also it was the electoral amendment, because of the threshold is too high for independence. So that is why it is an egoistic approach moving forward. That if you say I've got numbers, 50,000 people can only take you to parliament, not the broader community. So it is whether are we selfless or are we selfish. That is the essence of what we do. Whether we gun for the 8 seats and the 10 seats. By virtue of us in the room, we already have got around average of 10 to 15 seats that we have. So it's going to take a lot of leadership. And again, you've said it, Dr. Makhubele, to say in South Africa it's a question of leadership. We've got a leadership deficit. And the leadership deficit is not that there are no leaders, but it's just that the leaders don't come forward and be bold. And we need to do that. So the part of what we need to do in terms of voter education, by the way, there is 12 million of those who are already in the 27 million registered voters who are unknown. That is the youth and the middle class. On the day of voting, they are in Dubai. The youth are saying, what is the alternative for me? So that is part of where we need to go and say, how do we talk with those two? And they are the critical number. It's the 12 million that is lingering. They are already registered, they are there, but it's about the messaging. Now, out of all the 10 parties that we are here, is our messaging the same? Are we that distinct from the land question amongst each other? If the EFFs can say expropriate without compensating, what are we saying collectively? So it is those bold policy decisions that we need to say. If the DA says we are pro-capitalist, if Action say, SA says I'm a capitalist by nature, what are we saying? Are we SMMEs? Are we mini-capitalists? Are we BEEs? Who are we? So those are the key policy decisions, because of even when you come with one banner, the principle and the fundamentals will be around what is that thing that you can't move from. You believe in it. It's your Marikana moment. Marikana moment said the EFF is for us, the miners. It's as simple. The SUPERPACT, who will be for? What is our moment? And those are the key decisions and the key offers that we need to put across so that people can understand what does a SUPERPACT mean. And on key issues, land, economy, education, health, and unemployment, security, all those key policy positions about South. Are we far from each other in terms of the policy outlook moving forward? We would rather put 5 key policy priorities that says, as a collective, this is where we are not moving, and this is what we want collectively. Then I think we will be going somewhere. But if around the corners, there by Bosa, we still say, no, maybe the land issue is a dicey one for us, and ICM says, no, you know, this national health insurance is a dicey one, then it doesn't mean we are moving with coherence. So we got to take that decision. Option 1, option 3, and what are the key fundamental principles that binds us? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll come to President.
Thank you very much. Firstly, we want to appreciate the well-presented figures and the knowledge. We are biblically based. So the Bible says, my people perish for the lack of knowledge. Sometimes we think we know, while we don't know. I think the figures that you presented and how it is formulated, it opens everyone arms. And it is clear that none of us can really go and defeat the elephant in the room alone. And when we go separately, we've got much to lose. Like you demonstrated the wasted 39 euro. So you can see that individually we've got much to lose. But we also need to be realistic. on what we really want to agree upon. I should guess everyone is interested on option 3, which makes life easy for everyone, supporting each other, coming as a like you said, but it needs people to be realistic. It needs people to be principled. It needs us also to have the objectives that are not going to divide us in the long run. We need to make a very good choice, but that choice needs not to be a shorter, term. We need to have a well-reasoned principles, policies, including what we stand for, because those are the things that will weaken us in the long run and make us to fail. That will also assist us on choosing who joins us as we go forward. It will make our identity. So I guess the first thing is for us to look on what we want to achieve. Yes, we know we want to fix the broken country, the falling apart country, but what is that we really want to achieve? Most of our manifesto or our mission statements, it's a cut and paste. We all believe in one thing. We're just putting it in different ways. But if we were to really come together and say this is what we want to achieve, and these are our 5, objectives that we are not moved from, I think that will help us to move forward. We need to have that open mind now, open arms and heart to new things that one brings, which you don't have on your organization. And then we can unite in difference, but achieve something that will build and sustain our country going forward. So in short, I guess the first thing that we need to do is to put the policies that unite us, to put them forward, and then once we agree on that, then we can have a way forward. It is not questionable. It is something that all of us will agree that the third option, it is the best one to go. But like he said, it is not a cheap one. It is not a simple one. It needs boldness. It needs people to be principled. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bishop. Your time is up. Thank you so much. President Kota, you want to react?
I just wanted to ask our presenter whether I might have missed something, but we went to the Constitutional Court. The big issue that we have raised there is how is it possible that we can say so citizens who want to vote for the independence may only vote so many votes. If there's any vote above that number, those votes will be thrown away. I didn't hear you comment on that issue. But the Constitution says the people shall govern. It doesn't say some people shall govern. So we want the people to govern. We want the people to say who they want to govern them. And you can't restrict the numbers of those who want 80,000, 100,000, 3 million to vote for that and say we want these people to govern. You can't do that. We must keep talking to this issue. If you say that independents can only be voted, can only go to parliament if they are voted by so many people, by 50,000, and not if I'm voted for by 1 million people. You can't say, I'll take some of your votes and throw them away. It's an issue of democracy. The people shall govern. It's in the Constitution also. Can we comment on that issue? Because this is one election. It's not the beginning of the election. The Reverend Day is mobilizing people in incredible numbers. If those people, when they go and vote, they are told that, no, sure, you're okay, you voted for that person and so on, but you are too many that voted for him, so your vote will be thrown away. I really would like to hear what your comment is on that issue. I don't know why the Constitutional Court is taking so long to come back and say to us, there's a mistake that's been done here. Thank you.
Thank you, President. We appreciate that. Reverend, do you want to reflect?
No, obviously, but in a different way. I want to say to all the presidents here, the South Africa of 2023 is no longer the South Africa that we had 25 years ago. Totally different. That is why these elections, for me, would be a game changer. Totally different. I mean, we're sitting here, if I'm not mistaken, unemployment is at 37%. Yeah. We are almost #1 when it comes to murder in the world. The crime is crazy. You know, our schools, you can just go into your and Google and say, what are the top 10 problems of South Africa? The first thing that comes in is unemployment. The way the school systems that we have. You know, everything is not working in this country. I'm sorry if I'm saying everything, I'm just generalizing. All I'm saying, we can't sit here and think we are in the same South Africa. I never thought, as a pastor, I'd be sitting here and discuss political matters with you. The last time I was pushed to be where I am, because I realized that for years we're told, just stick to your lane as a pastor. And I stick to my lane. But I realized that the lane that I'm in now, it is full of potholes. Even if I want to stick to it, it is full of potholes. And I was told, sit in a bus and mind your own business. And I realize now that the driver of the bus has no clue while I'm sitting there. He's driving me, my family, my country. And it's not just the clueless driver, it's like a drunk driver. And I must sit at the back seat of the car, of a bus, and say nothing. I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, where we are, even as ministers, we came together and said, I think for too long, as the Bible says, the princesses and the kings are walking on their feet. The slaves are riding the horses. And the prince and kings, they are so comfortable that we're going to take a back seat and allow people who are clueless. The real picture of South Africa, the middle class, the educated, they are taking a back seat and they are so comfortable that people who are not educated, people who don't have a clue about governing, and they are leading us. Recently, in Durban, the councillors, over 300 councillors, we realized that they've never even passed the matric. We know that it's not about a matric, but at least be a leader. But I'm asking myself, for all these years, what happened with real leaders? And Joburg as well. And we have become a laughing stock. I'm not attacking somebody, but there are other people when they appear on television, they tell you this is your leader. And it's like, I don't want to associate myself with it. I'm traveling a lot. And sometimes they ask me, where do you come from? I'm so even ashamed to say I'm from South Africa because of what is happening. So I'm saying to all of us, ladies and gentlemen, we are not in the same South Africa. And if we want to experience change, here are the things that I want to suggest. We need to be honest with ourselves as leaders. We need to be honest that we are leading a different country. It has changed completely. And number two, as a leader, you need to lead beyond yourself. I think the problem of this nation, our leaders, we always thought of ourselves. I can't believe that you still have a former president who is still taking a current president into court. Because the problem is that we don't want to think beyond ourselves. It is known in Africa that the leaders in Africa, you lead, and you are just like a man who says, you are my girlfriend or you are my wife. And if things are not going right, nobody's going to get you. I'm going to kill you. So we lead and destroy the very same things that we have built just because I am not one. So we need to see beyond ourselves. Let's lead beyond ourselves. And what does that mean? Leading beyond yourself is going to cost you to sacrifice. Amen. You need to sacrifice. I'm a leader for Restoration Ministry. I'm not that qualified in other areas. I have employed people who are smarter than me. And I said to them, I cannot do this, but you are good at this. I'll take a back seat because it's not about me. It is about the whole organization. And the ministry, and even what we are doing, the devoted citizen. I had to step down. I gave Professor Zondi. I said, Zondi, you are more into this thing. You know these things, you can run very well. I'm a founder of it, but I'm going to step down for the benefit of people. I'm suggesting to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, the South Africa that we are in, it is not about the same. It's either we unite or we divide and we agree. It's still a choice. That is my reflection. I'm saying, find a way to come together, not just for ourselves, but for the sake of the next generation. And by the way, we are better and stronger together. Yes. If we come like this, we are better. That's what I put on the table.
Thank you so much. Speaker, I'm going to give you an opportunity to reflect, and I'll give it back. I'll hand over back to Dr. Japiru, then we'll break for a light snack.
Thank you very much. As I said earlier, Doctor, what you shared with us was really thought-provoking, and we truly resonate with it now, with the understanding, the enlightenment that you have brought to us all. Some of us were not so privy to how the numbers work, so it was really good. Thank you. You remember when we had the gala dinner for the APC, and I reflected a bit on the type of coalitions that we've been exposed to. And I'm saying this in response to some of the scenarios that you have put there. And it's very clear And as you have mentioned, some of the coalitions that are possible, if we don't do something, are going to be very costly for South Africa. We know what it's like to be under the ANC EFF government. It's not a theory anymore. We live it every day. We know it, the pain of having a patriotic alliance and ANC, and I have to be a speaker, to be a referee of what they're doing, and be attacked because I must stand for something that is truth and governance, and it goes against the conflicts of interest. So it's very, it gives me hope that you have done the scenarios, and we can give further context to build upon it. And I'm appealing, and I did this at the meeting when we had other presidents, to say, I'm appealing to the presidents. If you want more facts, we'll give you what it's like to be under the DA government. We've been there, you know, and we know the suffering of our people, even including ourselves. They became second-rate people. Doesn't matter where you've been, what you've been educated in, the experience that you have. Just because you are this color, that's where you are placed. So one of the critical things that I want to say as I reflect, and it's unfortunate my president is not here so that he can hear and maybe rebuke if he needs to when he does his response. But one of the critical things that I want to say, we are at a point that the UDF was at when they came together as a force. It was a crisis. There was no option to dilly-dally. They knew that he was the public secretary of the UDF, and he led that movement to bring together minorities, civic educations, etc. on the Free Mandela campaign. And the world will tell you that it was that work of the UDF, that united force, that brought that momentum and prompted the government of that day to break. They were even the last straw. I know there were many straws that were breaking that back, but it was one of the very critical last straws that broke the back of the Free Mandela. And I don't want us to lose that. And I'm so glad that he's still here to give us some of those pointers of how they did it. Sometimes he knows, I'll get impatient with him when he tells stories, but when he finishes, you realize where he was going. Yeah. And we give him the opportunity to share those stories, because it's in him telling us stories that we pick up principles and wisdom and get a vision and clarity going forward. So we're going to need this in this pact. And I want to say these words, and you will, I'm going to conclude before the program director speaks. Our former president, our father of the nation, Nelson Mandela, it was at the OAU summit in 1994. He said this. He recited the litany of suffering and subjugation that Africa was experiencing at the time. And he said many modern leaders have added to this misery. We must face this fact squarely, that there's something wrong in how we govern ourselves. And I'm quoting now, it must be said that the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are ill-governed. And he further said, the time has now come for a new birth. And we know that we have it in ourselves as Africans to change all of this. This is critical that I want to raise. He said, as he ended, but we must assert our will to do so. And I think this is the statement that I want to leave here. We have to assert our will to do so. If we're not honest enough, whether we have a will to do this or not, we're wasting our time. We have to first and foremost assert. Do we have a will? We may not know the nuances, the details of where we are going, but is there a will for us to do something? Then if there's a will, we'll find a way through the cracks and the potholes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. President Makhubele, I'll give you the opportunity to respond.
Yes.
No,
No, thank you.
10 minutes.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Dr. and I'm glad from the responses, Speaker, that indeed we were able to trigger the correct discussion. because it's important that we deal with pertinent issues, because we could be here all day, talk about all things that, as I've said, frustrate us. And I will go to the point and respond to specific issues and questions that were raised. The issue, the very first question, on the 43,000 in terms of electoral. Yes, indeed. The point is, if your votes falls below the quota, your votes go to waste and they benefit others.
Yes.
Right? And I've demonstrated in the numbers that PAC and Al-Jama were lucky in that there were still excess. Then their 36,000 votes gave them something, but the rest were never lucky. They're still making their wounds, the 34 parties. Spend all the time, the money, nothing to show for it. And you are right, if we were to call them here today, their thinking will be different.
Yeah.
Because they understand the process. But then, if we were to be sitting here with them, I'm sure their thinking would have been different. They would have thought, no, I'm going to go at it alone. But today, they say the experience is the best teacher, right? With the benefit of hindsight. But we can't all repeat the mistakes that people made before us. We must learn from their mistakes. And we've got evidence that seeks to direct us. So, yes, the fact of the matter is that you lose them, right? And there was a question to say unpack the SUPERPACT. I threw it because it's a matter for discussion. The shape and form of the SUPERPACT is what we should discuss if we go that way. But what it would mean in practical terms is to say, instead of having all these many other parties or edit on our individual parties and logos, we register a SUPERPACT, right? As opposed to say, we will rally behind ICM. Now the question now, why ICM, why not go, why not? But register the SUPERPACT with the IEC, and that's just like ANC, SACP, or SATO-D. They retained their independence, but when they went to vote, there's only one that they voted for, right? So when we go there, there must be something that all of us are going to vote for, right? A SUPERPACT, whatever you call it, however you want to put it, right? And then it would mean, as the pact, we have to agree on the face, right? Whom is going to be the face of this thing? We've got to agree on the principles. What principles are going to govern all of us? And we've got to agree on how we're going to share the spoils. When we go there, we get 10 seats. How do we distribute? How do we share? Those are the key issues, right? But indeed, that's what we're going to start discussing, because certainly time is not on our side, right? So I hope I explained. But it's not for me to say how it should be. It's for the collective to make sure that the shape and form of this is discussed. President Bodi, coming back to you. I'm an engineer by profession. So we are creatures of processes as engineers. And three things that we are taught recently about. And in everything that we do, it's time, it's cost, it's quality. Right? In everything that you do. Time, cost, and quality. Yes. Right? And yes, time is important, President Good. And this is the opportune time. I always give example, Makhubele, to say, biologically, if everything works according, we know now things here and there, premature babies and whatnot, but it takes 9 months to have a baby. Generally speaking, right? So you want to have a baby in 9 months' time, you start now. You can pray over it and fast and think you will start 3 months later and the baby will not be there. That's the importance of time and understanding time. To say, understand the time at which we are at now. Is that elections are going to happen next year. And we are here. And this is the opportune time. This is the time. You are right, Speaker. This is the time. Of course, we have to go through the processes. We've got to plan what we do. We can't jump into this thing and become statistics like President Cody said. Totally agree. But we must not lose the opportunity of the time that we are living in. Right? So, from Bosa, I agree everything that you have said, and I've said the 34 parties are sadly where they are now. You know, they've learned the hard way. And I'm sure if they were here today, they would share with us, you know, how better this thing. Because it's a very painful exercise and a very costly exercise.
And by the way, some of those votes often go to the bigger parties.
Yes, no. So, yes, President Mashashani, we must be realistic and have open minds and open hearts. And as I've said, you know, this is the time. President Lekot, the issue of wasted votes and the case in the Constitutional Court, it's precisely for that. The Electoral Act in its current form, right? As much as the judgment that was given to allow the independent, it was a step towards the right direction, but it missed the plot in that it is still unconstitutional. You can't say every vote counts, but votes goes to waste. That's why in one of the arguments is to say then the IEC should allow those 14 parties post-elections to come together and say we can't allow for our votes to go to waste. Our votes collectively aggregated is 309,000, is 8 seats. We agree. We will choose this person, we want our votes, we want our seats. But the Act does not make provision for that. Right? So the Act is unconstitutional, it's exactly that. So we agree that the Freedom Charter says people shall govern. People are not governing. And it's going to get worse. There's going to be more votes that don't go where they should go, but they get grabbed by the bigger parties because of the formula, right? Yeah. Now, here's a concern and an issue for me with regards to the Constitutional Court case. And for me, it comes from the experience in government. I've worked in government all my life. There are instances where we took cases to court, right? Where I know 99.9% that this is a winnable case. We're gonna win it. And when you start the consultation with the legal, especially with the court processes that take too long, the latest case, Pastor Makhubele, that we took to court, then they said to us, the judges, to say, you are gonna win the case, for sure. But you're going to win the case after 3 years. Because court processes, they take time, delaying tactics and whatnot. And at that time, you will win the case, but you will lose the battle. Because the courts must make a responsible decision. Because we were taking the appointment of the city manager to court to say it's unlawful. They say by the time you get your decision, this person will be 3 years into the position. Would it be to the benefit of the city and the people of the city to remove that person in 3 years' time? So we'll give you the decision, but the outcome will not favor you. It's where we are with the Constitutional Court process. The elections are very complex, and the preparation for elections are very expensive to run elections. So preparation for elections have long started applications, printing this, doing that, right? So for me, yes, we have a strong case at the Makhubele court in terms of the constitutionality of this thing, but I don't think we're going to get the decision. Because the decision is too expensive and unaffordable for the country. At the least, the courts will say to us, we hear you, we agree with you, but what you expect of us is irresponsible. Come back next elections.
They will delay it.
Yeah, no, they will delay it. So I'm saying we're going to go to elections. Because it's a constitutional imperative as well that elections need to take place during a certain period after the previous election. What, 90 days or 1 year? 90 days. Yes. So we are going to go to elections. I don't think we're going to get the decision in terms of the court process. And we're going to go with this setup as is. Yeah. In spite of the merits, the strong merits that they have in court. I believe they've got a winnable case. But we're not going to get the decision. So let's plan for the eventuality that we are faced. In that we will go to elections with this calculation. And if we go with this calculation, we know if we go this way. You know, it's nice because they say 4-1 is 4-1. We are sitting here, all of us. Elections are not far off. We will come back And some of us will be licking our wounds and bleeding and say, but we spoke about this, we knew this was going to happen, right? So the question is then, how do we deal with it? So, Pastor Makhubele, the country will not survive another 5 years of this. I don't want to call it nonsense or what, but the country will not survive another 5 years. Something has to happen, and something's got to be. If we care about the future, then there would not be any future for our children. Unless someone does something, and something new, right? Something that can force change. But what we have doesn't force change. We've seen it, we've been there before. It's just our comfort zone and getting. So yes, there must be a sacrifice. We have to sacrifice. Crisis, Speaker, finally. Yes, we are in crisis. This is a crisis. And crisis, they say, crisis forces you to think. And in crisis, there's an opportunity. Okay. We don't run away from it. Like they say, when the eagle sees the storm, doesn't run away like other birds. It says, here comes my life. This is the storm of our time. And we must ride the storm. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, President, for jumping for that. Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a break. I see the speaker is doing this. It means she wants to eat. But most importantly, I've listened to all of you. The general feeling is that we require this. We require this thing. But also, we have to put in place a foundation that will ensure that when the storm comes, we do not crumble. It is a process and the timing that is important. We must find a balance between those two. With that, we are going to break for 30 minutes. It's a light finger lunch. It's not the main lunch, Speaker. The lunch is still coming. President always complains about these meetings. We're being fed a lot, we're being fed a lot. I don't want to say exactly how he puts it, but they feed us a lot before you think it's another break. So when we come back, President and ladies and gentlemen, I want you to respond to the questions that are on the slide. I did not ask them at the beginning of the session because I thought NFP would be here with us, but they're still not here. So during the break, think about the answers to the questions on the slide. It's important for me that you respond to me because you allowed me to be a facilitator, so I'm going to ask questions and you must answer them. Thank you so much. I think we'll break for 30 minutes. You wanted to say something?
This that requires us to order lunch is necessary or must be?
I didn't see this. I'll speak to the lady, then I'll confirm with you.
Okay.
I'll speak to her.
Before Master Namwati.
Okay. Thank you so much. So it's 30 minutes, eh?
Sure.
Yeah.
And to discuss what is called the SUPERPACT, which parties are taking part and what criteria was used in choosing them?
In fact, we didn't have
And to discuss what is called the SUPERPACT, which parties are taking part and what criteria was used in choosing them?
In fact, we didn't have to use a criteria to choose parties. We did an open invite, and the genesis of it is these are the parties that are already in coalition in local government. And we decided to say we have worked together in local government. How do we take it forward now to provincial and national as minority parties? We have learned a lot from the coalitions that were engaged in local government. What works, what doesn't work, what we can do better, etc. Going into provincial and national, we want to do better. So we started at those political parties, but it's an open invitation to all minority parties to come together. And for the simple objectives, right now, the 2024 elections are going to be highly contested, overpopulated. There's political parties being opened in every corner because there's frustration of service delivery jobs and many things that cause people to be disgruntled. But if we unite as minority parties and come to one block and give the people of South Africa an alternative that is viable, that they can see hope in. They can see the leaders that are capable, leaders that are servants, leaders that want to make a change in South Africa. Some of us, they've seen us the work that we've been doing in our municipalities. That will be a game changer, we believe, for 2024.
But what perpetuated the move to form this pact?
Look, like I said, there's the polarization now of political parties. I'm busy in my office as the Speaker of City of Johannesburg with civic education, and I work with IEC. They are saying now we are looking at almost 500 parties, including independents, that will be competing for national and provincial. That's a Bible that we're going to see going into the elections. How do the people of South Africa really navigate through all of these parties who are there, the manifestos, etc.? And all of us are more or less saying the same thing. It's just that we've got a Spaza shop mentality. Manifestos are the same. We want good government and good governance. We want responsible leaders. We want service delivery. We want better education, hospitals. We want jobs, etc. All of us are saying the same thing, but in just our different colors and in our different ways. But if we come together, let it not be about power and individualism. Let it be about the people at the center. And if we can do that, it's easy for COPE to say, we'll forget COPE now. We want to support this united front that is going to service our people. We've got BOSA. We'll forget BOSA for now. We want to be part of this movement. We are going to forget APC. We want to be part of this movement. And we've got NFP, we've got other parties that are coming in, devoted citizens with Reverend Makhubele. We've got the South African Christian Forum that is coming in. We've got Soweto Parliament, civic organizations, traditional leaders, Rolesa, that want to be part of. But they don't want to be part of 400, 500 formations that are pulling them. They want to be part of something that is credible, an alternative that can offer a viable alternative to compete and change the lives of our people. We are tired of the status quo, but Spaza shop parties, single parties trying to compete, 500 of them are not going to make a difference. We are just going to end up in a worse state come 2024 because we would have divided the voters even further and even disgusted them with what is happening now with everybody thinking they can govern the country. It's not so.
Yeah, and another pact, the multi-party charter committed to not entertain any working arrangement or co-governing agreements with the ANC or EFF. Do you have any known enemies that you will not work with in any situation where coalition is unavoidable?
Look, I think it's an approach that they have shot themselves in the foot before and they'll continue to shoot themselves in the foot. You see, when you are doing a national coalition, you need to find a national consensus based on principles and values, not on hate and enemies. You know, you can't start a house and you think the foundation must be based on we hate X, therefore we are coming together. The minute your feelings about X change and you love X, you no longer have an objective. We don't do that. Ours is one objective. We want an alternative that is going to provide good governance, has capable, qualified leaders, and that is going to put the people at the center. If any party can commit to that, we will work with you. And because we're going to be putting each other in check as well, you know. So we're not going to close the doors, but there's going to be, as we define it, policies that you must abide by. We don't want people that are thugs that will come in and destroy what we're doing, you know. But if indeed your ANC, you're saying, look, would like to work with you, will abide by these principles and these values, etc., and they will help us as this formation that we have to get the numbers that we need to govern, we'll work with them. If EFF comes and they understand what we are trying to do, they will abide by our values and our principles, we are open to work with them. But this mentality of going first with hatred and you base your arrangement on who you hate, who you don't want, etc., I think it's immature, it has failed, and it has proven to bear no fruit. But it just sows further discord even amongst yourselves, because the spirit of coming together is wrong from the foundation.
Yeah, Mokonanyi wa Tanganero wa Colleen Makhubele. You can see it. Thank you so much. Ndimusiri kwamba na ba Colleen Makhubele bane babone Mokonanyi wa Tanganero yene inera kwamba ngaya mahoro matano neti azapolitiki bane bakosenza kona ziyaumba Tanganero ya chimisano panda keto kudeza mwakani richikola limusiri chikosezo ambalo ntsaza tozi sizoito ngaba Social Research Foundation zineza kusimbeza tikezo le horo la ANC
even in Parliament, I believe the decisions are even in Parliament, I believe the decisions are based on the numbers. So coming together, we are strong together. Together we can also provide or serve to the expectations of the entire country, because what one is bringing is not what another one will be bringing. So if we come together, what you bring into one pool can bring a number of, or attract a number of. Yes. Thank you.
So it's really a power of togetherness. Speaker, what values are you going to share?
I think the visit purpose is business.
So it's fine.
President Tillman?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag.
Yes.
And reflecting on our experience in the city of Johannesburg.
Yes.
Integrity, trustworthiness. It's what we experience, especially as we're preparing for our 16th anniversary in our Cllr. But we have also experienced a lack of, I'm looking for, I don't want to use the word honesty, because I think that's too strong, but a situation where you find that, no, you may think you are going together and yet you are not. And yet you are all classified under one cubicle, minority parties, who have said we have no one but each other. So some live up to their commitments, some don't. I think so far that is what we have. As the APC.
Thank you so much. I'll summarize your last one as a commitment.
Yeah, maybe let's use that. I think it's more lighter than the heavier
Honesty.
Honesty.
Yeah, honest.
Honesty. Commitment and honesty. Speaker is ready to go now.
But I think for me, the values that I'd like to share with my grandchildren based on this experience would be to say to them, there was determination and there was a will. We may not have achieved everything, perhaps we don't know what the future will bring us, but there was a determination, there was a will to do something.
That is what you're looking at.
She covered.
I see them. What values are you going to share?
Selflessness.
Yes.
We are saying a spirit of servanthood that must be engulfed by selflessness. That's going to drive us here. Like President Mashashali said, if we go at it alone, some of us might be lucky enough to get a seat here or there. And that serves us, but does it serve the bigger good? So selflessness, going this route, it will take some sacrifice. A refusal to the status quo. I think it's a collective of people saying no to, and then finally brave and fearlessness. Because we are venturing into a very difficult task. Thank you.
If you start with the status quo and braveness. All right. Thank you so much. Bosa?
So, I think for me it would be heritage. We stand on the shoulders of giants, really. This country was fought for with blood. What we have to sacrifice now is really nothing compared to what this country was fought for. So, you know, that's a value that I think is strong, is powerful, and it's something to remember right now. If you think of whatever it is that you have to lose, if you think you have to lose coming together, it's not blood, you know. And so the importance of our heritage, the importance of what we can learn from those who have come before us, somewhat in this room. We look at how the UDF was able to come together at that time. So definitely heritage, and I would hope that this moment would be a heritage that we can also be able to give to our children.
I like it. I'm going to pose another question now. The values that we defined here, can we as individual political parties relate to? Do they talk to us? You know? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I ask the facilitator, is selflessness the same as servant leadership?
I want Dr. Makhubele to respond.
Selflessness the same as servant leadership. So I guess let's include servant leadership.
Servant, yes.
Is that not the servitude that you refer to?
It's
I
also the
was
same.
just asking, is it together or separate?
Remember, leaders, these are the values that we must be able to share with people that we're going to engage with when we go outside of this room. These are our core values. This is what brings us together, really. You know, and at some stage when we start differing, we start arguing, we start having different opinions, we must always look back at the values that we ourselves here we define and we're going to abide by. Okay? So, in the interest of time, I'm going to move to our second question. What will the SUPERPACT or the minority parties look like in the next 5 years? We're being visionary here now. What will we look like in the next 5 years? In no particular order, I'm looking for answers.
United.
United?
Unity.
Yeah. Unity? So the minority parties will be united. That's what I say. Okay.
I would want to say, because the statement that is asking us what is our vision in 5 years' time, we should not be called minority.
So, opposite of minority is majority. Okay, which is good. That's really our vision. You put it correct. My understanding of unity from Dr. President Makhubele would be one party.
Not necessarily, and I wanted to come in there. We must not lose sight of what President Godi said, the process, and allow the evolution. So I think for now we must stay unity of purpose.
Unity of purpose.
Yes. And then we grow. Once we united in purpose, we can end up in one big party.
Yes.
I don't rush.
Brilliant to clarify it.
Thank you, sir.
Brilliant. Unity of purpose. Unity of purpose. Okay. All right. What else? What else? What will we look like in the next 5 years?
Being of service and accountable to our people.
Okay.
Service and accountability.
Let's say service and accountability. Speaker?
I want to also maybe borrow from the UDF. What they looked like yesterday was those that saved South Africa and helped to push us out of a difficult situation into sort of like midwives of a new democratic era. I would like people to say in 5 years' time, these were the midwives that saved South Africa. You know, I don't know how you're going to define it, but
Catalysts?
yeah, catalysts. Yeah.
Catalyst?
Catalysts for change.
Catalyst.
Catalysts for change.
Catalyst for change. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I think another one, I mean, you are saying what will we look like in 5 years?
Yes.
I mean, that is also saying then what do we look like now? That should change in 5 years' time. And in the presentation, I did indicate that we are very weak individually. So we want to be very strong in 5 years' time, collective. Yes.
Strong, collective.
Collective.
What else?
Less is more.
Yeah, we can always come back.
Are we thinking of lives? Yes?
Sorry, why don't you make it available? If anyone has an idea, go there and write on it.
Yes.
Let's start it will be here. Yes. So we move to the next question. As a minorities, what are our progress indicators? Okay? What is inhibiting us from making progress as the minorities in the current landscape? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, somebody is calling me.
Resources.
Yeah.
Funding? Can you say funding or
Yeah.
resources?
Yeah.
Right. Resources.
Yeah. Maybe one key thing is we don't yet have a vision, common vision. Yeah.
Lack of common vision.
I would say detail. Because as they always say, the devil is in the detail.
Yeah.
I didn't get that.
Details.
Detail. What else? I'm picking up that politicians don't like to be asked questions.
I think organization.
Yes.
Lack of organization.
Lack of organization. You must put it as lack of organization, but yeah, so that you understand. Lack of organization. Okay.
Lack of commitment as well. There are those that are supposed to be there.
Yes.
In 10 minutes, I'm here.
Lack of commitment. Yeah.
Comrade Chairman,
Yes.
if I may ask, how many organizations did we expect to be here today?
8.
8. How many are we now?
I think you are 5. So 3. I'm not sure.
Do we know why they're not here?
Yeah, some have given NFP, they are on their way, but they are not here yet. NFP. AIC, the mayor said his municipality will come in and out today. AIC. What else? Okay, is that so? Yeah, we should be. Yes, sir.
We should have been 8. must say that coming out here, I wasn't quite sure what to expect.
Yes.
Well, I expected that there would be some of the colleagues that are here and so on.
Yes.
But what was I expected to bring along? You know, that was not clear at all.
Yes.
Now, I think before we leave here, we must agree on when is our next meeting.
It's tomorrow.
Well, okay. If you say it's tomorrow, it's a bit too close, because tomorrow is actually a continuation of this meeting. Now, we do need to go. I mean, I'm wondering, sitting here, I'm wondering what is going on outside, for instance, since we got here.
Yeah.
Because I know that there were some reports that we are meeting here, we are here, and all of that. But what has been the response of the public outside, the people outside? How did they respond? Are there any responses and so on? Now, however short the next meeting may be after this, I most definitely will come back with a very firm picture of what has happened since we have been in this meeting. I'm very happy that we are here. Because until you dive into the water, you don't know how hot it is and how cold it is. So now we are in the water right now. We are going to go out of the water tomorrow. So that is going to be very healthy and helpful.
Thank you so much. That's a question, leaders, presidents. I think we'll have to respond to that, President, before we leave. What has been the response out there? Those that know, those that are aware, I think you share with us. President Jobber?
I think some of the things we touched on them when we were discussing, so I'm just reflecting unfavorable electoral system, lack of institutional support, and lack of media coverage.
Lack of media coverage. Lack of, the other one you said before this?
Lack of institutional support.
Lack of institutional support, Lack of institutional support.
I almost said lack of political experience, right? But it's a mixed bag. We've got parties amongst us 16 years, but generally, proliferation of all the smaller parties. We come in, you may have the desire but the political experience, it's something else. You know, they say experience, you can't buy it. It's either you've been there, you've walked the path. So I would still put it, not withstanding that we do have those that are amongst us that are experienced. Thanks.
Lack of political experience. These are our progress inhibitors. It means, as we come out of here, these are the things that we must learn. Number one, to try to neutralize, to counter, so that we move at speed and we make progress. You want to say something? No. Okay. Is it all? Okay. Yeah, we still have 5 minutes. Okay. This is a question that I should have asked right at the beginning of the meeting, but because some of the political parties were not here, this is what I use as a benchmark for me as a facilitator. Come end of tomorrow, I'll come back to this question to measure or to benchmark if we have met your expectations. Come out of this workshop. So my question is, what are your expectations as political parties for the next 2 days? Okay. What is it that you want to get out of here? President came here and says he wasn't sure what to expect, what will happen here. But I'm posing to other political parties to say what to expect will come out of here. President?
Comrade, I would expect that when we go back,
Yes.
each one of the political parties here will want to report back
Yes.
and say that there's certainly very keen interest
Yeah.
to find each other and to form some kind of united front or action. This is very, very, very important. And
United Front, yeah.
once we report something like that,
Yes.
we would be able to say, well, when we go back, we need to be able to say to everybody who is there, we believe that together, united, we will be stronger
Yes.
than if we were not united. Because when you send a message like that, you are saying to the people, we must act as one.
Yeah.
And once people know that the expectation is that we are going to act as one, they begin to position themselves in such a way that they can contribute to this unity to move forward. We must also say that we expect people to help in mobilizing more support for this kind of initiative so that we can increase the numbers that are here, so that we are able to develop an instrument that can act in the interest of the people to make life better for the people of our country. This is very important. When people understand that that is what the focus is, they're going to look at other people and they're going to say, why don't you come and you join us so that we can build a united voice. And that will strengthen the structure that is here. And then there are people right now, I can tell you, who've been saying to some of us, we used to have the United Democratic Front. Can't we do something to create something similar to the United Front of earlier on, so that we can mobilize the people here in communities and set up structures that will give impetus to this SUPERPACT.
Yeah, what we expect from COSA is the viable options for collaboration and agreeable common principles.
Agreeable common principles as well. Agreeable common principles.
Yeah, Chair, as submissions are made, obviously triggers some of the stuff that we might have left behind.
Yes.
President Lekota has triggered for me an inhibitor. He's giving a solution to one of the main inhibitors, I believe, that are facing smaller parties. I just read this morning about Rice Musansi, a new party again. And I read all the comments. And whilst people are saying this is a good thing, they're saying, but what's the point of wasting our votes, voting for smaller parties with less prospects? So that, and what you said, it's voter perception.
Yes.
It's a very big inhibitor for us. You know, because if they see us as small with no prospects, if we will remain in that space, why waste my vote and vote for such a party? So that's one thing we will have to overcome. And already, inhibitor, there will be already there's an answer to them. But let's not lose it as an inhibitor. Thank you.
So would you say voter perception, maybe a bad voter perception?
It's a negative voter perception.
Negative voter perception.
They believe they're wasting their votes
Yes.
with us. It's only those that love us deeply.
Okay, what else? President? Expectations? You still have expectations?
My expectation is that at the end of it all, and I want to withdraw what I had said earlier.
Yes.
Because when I look at the program, you know, the word that caught my eye was withdraw.
Yes.
Meaning it's a salad of ideas coming from. So my expectation is we should have, by the end of tomorrow, we should have worked out various scenarios of the path forward.
Various scenarios of the path forward.
And I'm saying this because I don't want us to lose the historical or the genesis or the journey. Let me say the genesis of the journey up to here, which is that the parties that are here, most of us, we are working together at local level. And it was that experience of working together at local level that said, we have no one but each other. Let's consolidate our working relations at that level, but also what possibilities exist for 2024 and beyond. If we keep that as the genesis of why we're here, it gives us perspective. That there is something that has worked or that is working for us, and we're trying to build on that. So we're not starting from the air, because if we're starting from the air, I'm sure we will not be here, because we will not have known each other. Our paths might not even have crossed. You know? So I think the issue around scenarios, I'm linking it from the genesis, because at local level we know what we're doing, we have that experience, and we're happy with some of us who are honest. There are those that are not, who are not happy with them. Those that are honest, we're happy with them. But we're trying to craft a way forward beyond local government, which has not been defined before. We're trying to define it. And in trying to define it, we try to be as wide as possible, and then start to eliminate and say what can work, what cannot work. So I think for me, that is what I would.
So it's various scenarios, what can work and what cannot work. Right? Let's get it. President Jonathan?
Okay. You know, I'm serious that we said it could be an inhibitor, but I really think it's important what the President said about the historical context. Positively, we need to really build on that. But there's an inhibitor that we must be cautious of and be honest with ourselves to say it's working against us as minorities. We have not displayed our best foot to govern thus far. And I'm not disrespecting anyone. The type of mayors that we have put, the type of MMCs that people have been experiencing, that is a very big thing in the perception that they have around small parties. And in our defining ourselves, maybe also as part of the other question, 5 years, we must be defined as people capable to govern. skilled, capable, and qualified.
Skilled, capable, and qualified to come.
Within our best food format.
Yes, best foot forward.
If I add that one, you can say capacity building linked to that.
Yes.
Yes. So, capacity building?
Yeah.
Is it under 5 years or?
Yes, it goes under 5 years. Yes.
I've noted you. Now we can go.
Okay, our expectations
Yes.
as ICM is a detailed action plan with clear timeline leading to next year elections with responsibility.
Okay.
Matrix who does what?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that they are able to.
Oh, okay.
Yes. One at a time. Okay. So when I say program of action, we will cover that. Program of action, timelines, and
Yes.
okay, with timelines. Yeah, action plan with timelines. Going into 2024, that's what I said. Okay.
With responsibility matrix, did you get that?
Right.
Okay.
The responsibility matrix, I like that. I like that. Good. Right. Any hands? All right, I think that's what we have. The time is 2 o'clock. Maybe we break for lunch. Okay. When we come back, President Mjapelo will revisit your slides. Okay. But also think about if there's any other matter or item that you want us to discuss in the next 2 days that is not covered in the agenda. I would like you guys to, President and ladies and gentlemen, to raise that with me so that we are able to cover it. Okay. With that, maybe lunches for speaker. You are a speaker and you normally know how long lunch should be for. 5 minutes.
Make it 30 minutes, then be back here by 45 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay. So we'll make here 40-30.
Yeah,
Right.
so but expect to start 15 minutes later.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. So we break for lunch.
Thank you.